Nice guy
yes.
news.
Nice guy news. Becky's nice guy news for
Uh-huh.
with the good hair. Oh, it's even funnier because her name's Becky.
Okay. I need some more drink in a minute here.
I suddenly overappreciate. I just read that as Atelier Sophie, the Alchemist of the Mysterious Rock. No, book. That says book, not rock.
Look at this rock I found.
Look at this cookie they found.
It took me like half a second to realize that that's what I was channeling with that.
And my brain jumps from there to Magnus did nothing wrong to Feanor did nothing wrong to... Did I have you link that particular Girl Next Gondor video, podcast to maybe?
I don't know.
I should do that. I do it myself, but I don't think maybe he's on Discord, and what the hell is Facebook? I don't know what that is. It sounds stupid, I don't want one.
Oops.
I feel like making an account would be a big mistake. Sort of thing done by fools and undergrads.
Meow.
Aww. I heard that question mark. He's like, yes, can I help you?
I was going to say, you could send it by way of Brendan.
Does he have a Discord?
No, but don't you have a...
I have no social media anymore.
I thought you had a Twitter that you didn't...
Oh, literally no.
...tweet on, you just used it to follow people.
No.
Oh.
I lurked a few Twitters back when I even did that.
Remy, already?
Purely via address bar.
Oh, if you're just gonna...
Like, I just went to the accounts page
Remy.
in a browser.
Atta girl. It's a good girl.
I literally never had a Twitter account though.
Okay.
I remember when Twitter first started. There was a discussion thread on user-friendly forums, which don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
And I distinctly remember calling it a fairly stupid idea.
Mm.
I stand by that. The only dumber idea than Twitter would be purchasing Twitter with money. You should have bought it for crypto.
I mean,
The price would have been nearly impossible to negotiate, but who cares? I don't.
you see, that's the whole thing. It's a grift, and the people at the top know it.
Yeah, Grifto. That's what it's called, right? Cryptocurrency?
So they're not going to trade it with each other.
Oh, but they regularly do, just to inflate the price.
Well, except to do that, yes. There is some kind of boof on the screen.
Which kind?
Cat hair.
Ah.
There.
Boo. Each holding some boo. Hi. Remy is doing a small on the chair in that general direction. Fluffy, cute, and visibly kind of sleepy. Not sure why sleepy? You've been napping on the couch for like 5 hours? Might be less than that. Ah, 4. You heard it here, folks. She's been napping on the couch for 4 hours.
But yeah, from this distance, I couldn't tell exactly what it was. I figured like a tuft of cat hair was the most likely, but I've seen some kind of schmutz appear on the TV before that, like, nobody ever gets that close to the TV.
What?
Why is phone ring now?
1336. You're off by 1.
Yeah.
795 number. Who? It says it's valid and not Mr. Risk, but I don't. It also doesn't say anyone. Oh my God. Leave a message if you matter.
Yeah.
That's what I made my dentist do. Oh! A message that indeed left.
Screen your phone calls like you're walking on the spider webs.
Sorry, I'm not home right now. I'm walking in the spider webs. So leave a message and I'll have an elephant call you back once they're done playing. Transcript not available. It's 1 second long.
I'm sure it's just click.
Ow! Is that a Quindar tone?
It's like...
Did I get a time displaced call from one of the Apollo missions?
Quindar sounds elvish.
It does! Especially if it were spelled with an E. Quendar. In fact, Quendar sounds really, really... it's like... Yeah, Quendy.
Everyone knows it's Quindy.
Quendy literally means those who speak with voices, referring to the elves as overall people.
Right.
Quenya is their language.
Right.
And also the alphabet Feanor came up with. I don't think Quendar is anything, but it almost sounds like an elven term for elven.
Yeah.
Like, of the elves.
Who's tripping down the streets of the... No. Who's tripping down the woods of the...
Greenwood?
Okay. Who's tripping down the roads of the Greenwood, smiling at everybody they see? Who's reaching out to capture I need your help.
I don't know where this is going.
I need your help. Who's reaching out to capture a...
Elk?
I need 2 syllables.
It's like the King of Greenwood was Randy Thrandy. Capturing a 2-syllable thing. Let's see, lighted trees, that'd be back in Valinor. Darn, I should have said Greenwood. I have no idea. Leaf? That's 1 syllable.
Yeah, that is 1 syllable.
Spider? There were spiders when it got called Mirkwood for a while.
Because, yeah, I was going, everyone knows it's Quindy. But...
just as a whole.
Yeah.
All of them.
All of them.
Even the Vanir showed up just to be there.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, APR has seen us now.
Okay.
So, good evening, Internet. It is 8:19 p.m. on Thursday, February 23rd, 2023. 2/23/2023.
Say that 12 times fast.
No.
2023.
Welcome to Thursday Thanatopsis. I'm your host, Mark Amsry, DJ Amstrack. That's Daniel. And tonight we are going to be continuing Sunless Skies.
Ooh, opera.
Opera?
When's the last time you used opera?
I use Opera for a couple of things.
Cool.
But mostly the different browsers I have installed are more for, like, session management. So, like... What?
I have no ground to stand on because I've done it too between Vivaldi and Chrome respectively, but
Yeah.
that's definitely not how session management should be done.
Well, yeah. Like Opera, the main thing I use Opera for is
Sessions can be saved and loaded as like discrete on-disk files.
Managing the YouTube channel.
Mm. At least you're not managing YouTube. That sounds difficult. Just Bono.
Yeah, Bono would be difficult to manage.
He's the poster child for the phrase "become ungovernable."
I don't know if I'd go that far.
Become ungovernable. Bono, 2022.
I don't know if I would go that far. Like it. Even among musicians, there are others with reputations for being more ungovernable than him.
I mean, true. I'm just being silly.
Oh, I forgot to take down the starting soon.
Oops.
That's fine.
Starting.
Yeah, tonight we're continuing Sunless Skies. We finally found Perdurance.
We found it!
And nearly ran out of gas doing it. That was kind of scary.
Yeah, and low on supplies, so it was possible we might not have been able to make more. That was nearly a game over.
That was nearly. It could have been a game. It could have nearly been a game over. But we found some fuel.
That I'm not sure we actually needed, but we might have. It was really hard to tell.
Yeah. Yeah, like we might have had just enough to get us to the Misty place.
Knowing the STEM game, it might have popped the game over screen while docking.
Yeah, it could have.
And how many times has it done the hour of the wolf while you were pulling in?
Uh-huh. Or the you got lost.
How? The bird below is a butthole. The butt munch below.
Burrower below. Okay. You see, it sounded like you said the purple hole.
Wait, so it sounded like I said the purple hole is a butthole.
Uh-huh.
In case you're wondering what kind of hole that mysterious purple hole was. Wait, I thought the purple hole was the well of the wolf.
Why is it over there? I made this the primary screen.
Rude. Well, I guess you have to flip the do.
Actually, hold on a sec. Let me switch it back and see if that fixes it. Or am I just going to have to floop the dupe regardless?
I love that it had the same intonation as, why am I a fart lord?
Yeah, okay. It's just on the secondary screen.
That's just where it lives now.
That's just where it lives.
The glowing arrow on your character portrait means you're ready to level up. Thanks.
Yeah, I know there's a reason.
Oh, I think it's giving you a hudge.
Yeah. No, I'm saving it.
As long as you don't feed it.
For Pete's sake. Okay, what were we going to be doing this time? We're getting more and more business back in the Reach.
I'm deeply confused by what I have typed. Turn report reports. Bring 1XT to Brabazon and that eyeball. Oh, the glass eye. Okay, I thought we were bringing tea to an eyeball. And I was like, huh? Hours and more tea for unrest. Literature for the school. Take one each of crockery, tea, and supplies to the sea stair. Talk to the princess on board your boat train. Take the heiress to the mausoleum. Oh yes, because we took her face off.
Mm-hmm.
On the plus side, this snuffer was like bonded under contract and traded faces instead of the serum.
Yes.
Hopefully no one gets an infection.
Hopefully.
The rest of the business then switches to Regents.
Okay.
Regent's Grave. We want to bring literature from Endurance to maintenance. Endurance is mostly literature.
Yeah.
Stop with the ant and the last man of Caroline. Take label of Brass and Magdalene's. Get word for the circus to bring back to the Rose Society.
Mm-hmm.
And the unconscious driver wants to stop at the Winchester Astro. And Signal Blue wants to visit Point Viva. But that's all Reach stuff.
Yep.
That's the princess.
Ask what happened at the poetry reading. A stoker whispered that the inn burned down, killing all the poets. Is this true, Your Highness?
They started yelling fire and it burned.
No, it's not true, Captain, says the incognito princess, lounging on a mound of dead starlings, roughly shaped like a chaise lounge.
I think she's abusing her Disney princess powers.
Uh-huh. She gestures at the floor. Crouching beside the analytical suitor is a gaunt man with wild eyes. My poetical suitor survived, she said. You really should not listen to gossip. It is no time for gossip. My journey now takes a more serious bent. She then explains her next destinations. Firstly, she has to find a crossroads in Eleutheria. She's of the opinion they're often south of the transit relay where one arrives. You'll require an unlicensed chart there. Secondly, a trip to see the devils in Carillon on the matter of rings. She might need a handful of bee souls for that.
Bee souls? That sounds like a pretty devilish thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the princess wants to go to... Okay, so I'm just gonna... Simply Port Avon. Collect 3 bee souls for the princess and take to Caroline. Also, something about a crossroads in Althea.
Yeah, an unlicensed chart. You got a license for that fart? Yeah, that one.
I hadn't opened my drink yet. What?
Careful.
Ah. That.
So much literature I need.
Ah, some for the apparently a bunch for Trader's Wood.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, some for Average Horizon.
Well, yeah, 5 for Trader's Wood, 1 more for the Clockwork Sun, 3 for Avid Horizon.
Well, we know where to get it.
Yep. I mean, we've been able to get it at a Rollberry Juxtamare.
What, the regular? Does it on the producer?
Yeah.
Oh. That's a lot easier to get to than pre-rise.
Yeah.
Well then. So you can scoop up all you need.
Haven't heard about any trade opportunities there.
You can scoop it. But can't you scoop it? If ye could shoop the whoop, would you? ain't seen Brave.
Me neither. Okay, so I need 1 unit of hours to get down to Brabazon. At least 1 unit of tea. And probably more.
Like two tea for Brabazon, probably. Then another tea, crockery, and spare supplies for the Seasteer.
That's in completely the opposite direction, so I'm not going to worry about it right now.
You like to run? I guess we don't need that caged beef for the thing anymore. Probably. I think we did that. Admittedly, I think you kind of like find yourself retiring a few devils out of the Well of the Wolf. Seems to be where they go.
I'll bring some other random bric-a-brac just in case it turns out they might want other things down there.
Yeah, we know they want hours and tea. Oh yeah, and also literature for their school.
Ah, yes.
This is at the mausoleum as well. We don't need a big terror drop, so no need for shiny souls right now.
Okay. So off to Brabazon, and then the Clockwork Sun to finish that commission and try to convince the engineer person. Yeah.
Is there somewhere you can get free crew? Go for it. You're down to.
Ah. I mean, it doesn't even need to be free, honestly.
Yeah, free's better. You have terrified engineers that want to get off the sun.
Yeah.
There have been a few cases where like you have a choice to take on crew.
Yeah. I know that in the past at Brabazon, I've been able to do that. I don't know if that's still going to be the case, but we shall see.
Let's leave these disgusting fields of spittle. Oh yeah, do you have any UFs to turn into ministries?
Let's see. Possession. I'm not even certain where that would appear.
Established. I can take you. Oh? Okay, I didn't know those were arranged. Space stories kind of appealing.
No, that's for that thing. Okay, well, I'll not worry about it. I probably don't have any to turn in right now anyway.
The bad at navigating Dreadnought. I feel like I ought to dread something. Collisions, maybe.
Yeah. You know, I think there used to be a storm there.
Storm that wanders. Don't get.
There we go. Gained 2 crew. Okay, now this was just getting permits. Which, I mean, that's a good source for them.
Hello, children.
3 sky stories. 2 sky stories. The committee sits in a requisition stockroom just off the bit between. It is cramped, forcing the members to rotate who attends. Workworlders and overseers sit in equal balance. Did we come to an agreement on whether the governor would be attending these sessions? I'll check the minutes for last session. Oh, don't bother. The governor has given us his answer already in his absence. Gained 2 ministry stamped permits. Nice. Recline on a bench.
You can relax here again in 15 days.
A chaperonette per durance asked you to deliver a bequest here in order to reduce the term her family needs to serve at Ravazan. The governor's staff handle this sort of thing. You're directed to a modest desk in a confined office in a shabby corner of the mansion. A brisk secretary greets you and offers you tea. A formality, not a genuine offer. The chaperone's jeweled eye is heavy in your pocket. The secretary seems disappointed. Time is more valuable than coin here. She examines the artificial eye critically. We'll have to get it professionally assayed, of course. Its market value will determine the amount of time by which service can be reduced. At that point, the residents in question will have to decide how the reduction will be divided among them. If a dispute occurs, the cost of legal resolution will be deducted from the value of the bequest. She drops the eye into a drawer. We'll take care of it. She completes and stamps an elaborate series of forms, then hands them to you. They are labyrinthine and baroque, exactly the sort of thing you could use to befuddle some overworked junior official.
To administer San Bernard's into 50 XP. DC.
Excuse me.
And now there's no longer a weird eyeball on your person. Yay!
Is there anything else in Little Nice?
There was a school you could bring tea to, but I'm assuming I got part right.
You can't actually write the port report in Little Nice. Gotta go down to Brabazon.
Take her in the back streets. You better go if you're on the road. You gotta move down. Ah, there's the books for school. It wasn't tea. It was leisure ed. I have brain. Percent of heavens in exchange for leisure.
The children fall upon anything that's new. Their old book of morally appropriate fairy tales has been read so much that its pages are now fragile as tissues. You spend an hour watching them read the new works, which mostly consist of sermons, wildly misunderstand them, and swap imaginative interpretations of what they mean. Supplement meager rations. Good, good. Give them a distraction, something to talk about besides their discomfort. There we go. Lower unrest with tea. An elderly gentleman volunteers to put a pot on. Nearby workers produce mugs. As the kettle comes to the boil, they gripe and complain with increasing vehemence. But then the kettle lets off steam, and so do they. They sip their tea, and their grievances simmer down to a very British level of percolating dissatisfaction.
That was a very British phrase.
Mm-hmm.
Never since began to circulate, the management will accept souls as part payment towards the discharge of one's sentence. Creepy. But something to do with jumbles of garbage souls.
Mm-hmm.
The kind that stews in the slums.
You're thoroughly interrogated. Ooh, really? They do that in London? Well, I'll be. The man is abruptly hushed. Not in front of the orphans. Unrest is low. Overseers need do little to control the workers. Caged catch for the bear baiting. They hardly ever use bears anymore, of course. They're hard to come by up here. But the sky offers no end of other horrors that can be coaxed into killing each other for the general amusement. What?
Well, that's pretty gross.
Yeah, I suppose.
Actually, it says, yes, time for you to eat an enchilada.
Ooh. Enchiladas are good.
I'm kind of full of calzone right now, but that just sounds delicious. Also, Nightshade, you should smell this room.
It smells good up here.
There's a scent of 5 cheeses and garlic butter with herbs in it just hanging in the air. It goes right up your nose and sets up shop. Well, looks like you may have been in my sunrise, actually. Interesting that you're kind of like working for the establishment now that the revolution's the new establishment.
I mean, the guy's making changes for the better.
Like, yeah, in fairness, like preventing a second revolution immediately after the first is probably better in terms of reducing people's sexual suffering.
Yeah. Give him time to enact the changes that he wants to make.
Unless, of course, he corrupts the time.
Unless, of course, that happens. Yes.
If that happens, then we'll just have to have another rotation and go wee. Spin. Oh, you're
That's
running
just
out of time.
Yep. Hey, what's up?
18-year-old in China has become the youngest person so far to be diagnosed with Alzheimer's. She started showing problems in school memory at age 17. Progressed and got worse. Memory tests of his memory, immediate memory, short-term memory, and slightly longer term, like immediate and after 3 minutes, after 30 minutes, recall. He was from 83 to 87% below peers in his age range as far as his recall. So forever losing belongings. He couldn't remember what happened yesterday, what happened this morning.
That is deeply horrifying.
Yeah. Well, I was previously, the youngest diagnosis had been a 21-year-old. Previous to that, the youngest had been a 23-year-old.
That's also deeply horrifying.
Yeah. But it says that what's really unusual for this young man is that they could not find any family connection, no family members who had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's or any form of dementia. And he also had no trauma, no head trauma, no no viral infection, bacterial infection that could have caused brain issues.
Yeah.
So we don't have any idea how to attribute.
Well, but the only direction left to point is, well, there's two. There's incredible bad luck, and there's environmental factors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting some gas, gas for yes.
Some horrible collision of statistics and genetics that would one day be the closing argument in the long overdue lawsuit against all forces divine and holy in the universe.
That's a big class action. Like, the class involved in the action would be deeply vast.
Why did I think I might need to bring nostalgic crockery with me? They make it here.
Cheaper to just have it with you and buy some more, I guess? Huh.
Okay, slight change of plans. Going to visit floating parliament first before heading to the Clockwork Sun. Primarily because Parliament sells supplies. Ooh, ooh.
Ah, wobbling wampus.
Yes. Remain in the weft. Remain in the weft. Partial success.
Oh, it broke.
It broke. We lost the jack. We lost the jack.
They're gonna know. Big floating piece of crap.
Mm-hmm.
Does London not believe in recycling scrap?
Why? It's 100%. Do it. I am a bit low on uncanny specimens right
Oh no, you have a glistening ovoid gland. Congratulations.
now. I've got glands.
Folks on trying to receive the result this video. The PPP.
PPP.
Scones.
Terror has fallen.
Yes, disproves.
Observe the protest. Join the protest. Gain disguise story. Compile a port report. A pair of particularly tough clay men guard the entrance. They never blink. Only ministers and MPs are permitted through this entrance. Well, guess what?
Are there claymen that do blink?
Probably not. The wheels of government continue to turn, but its hulls have seen better days. Most are green-tinged from decades submerged in the stolen river during that unusual historical interlude when London was stolen by bats. Water still drips from unseen reservoirs of damp. Even so, the house remains a hive of favor trading, drinks promising, and constant debate.
Huh. Parliament was sunken?
Apparently. Apparently. A loquacious civil servant strides up to greet you. Ah, Minister, right on time. Minister? I didn't realize that that was the size of the seat that we were filling.
It's probably on a technicality. Roker is pretty small.
The loquacious civil servant glides through the labyrinthine house with an ease it took a career to acquire. This way, Minister. Do step over the drunks in the hall. Journalists, you know. Old habits die hard. Ah, here we go. Your new dominion. He pushes open the door. Your new department's carpeted floor squishes underfoot. Almost nobody glances up as you enter. You are, after all, just the next minister in a long chain of distractions to their work.
Okay, so your new department is the back rooms?
The Department of Albion Affairs is a windowless, airless place at the top of many staircases. Outside your tiny office, a small regiment of clerks led by a loquacious civil servant busies itself with reports and paperwork, then carefully files it all away in an elaborate system designed to ensure nobody ever sees any of it again.
Why does it exist?
Visit the first secretary. As first among equals, he knows more about Parliament than anyone. A useful font of information.
Mahogany.
I've talked to him before, haven't I?
Have? Maybe as a previous captain.
Maybe. Where's the Prime Minister? Very good question, Minister. Unfortunately, our illustrious leader decided it would be a better use of his time to take a boat into the flooded cellars, where the wine is, you know. I'm not sure how many bottles are there, simply awaiting a net, but they say the deeper you go, the finer the vintages that one might find. I suppose I should send a search party when time permits. Until then, I really must finish this paperwork. Nobody seems to have any party affiliations here. Ah, you noticed. Yes, these days Parliament is split along rather less productive lines. We have the Committee for Radical Sovereignty, devoted to finding ever more inventive ways to cling to the Empress's mighty skirts. The Subcommittee for Public Restoration would be as happy to see her gone, but has yet to come up with any workable plans. Finally, the Select Committee for the Chiltern Hundreds likes things as they are. With all three pulling in their own directions, it is no surprise that little gets done around here. He pauses. You may have wondered why I was so eager to bring some new blood into our little family, to wit, yourself. I trust now you have an inkling. Minister, I am but a humble functionary. It was my proud duty to serve the elected Prime Minister in an administrative capacity, and, as when we are able to conduct an election, I trust it will be my privilege to continue for his successor. Until then, my focus is on restoring this once august establishment to greatness, even if it means dragging Albion kicking and screaming back to the troublesome necessities of democratic process. Explore Parliament. Parliament's green-stained halls are hardly what they used to be. 40 years ago, when the bats dragged London deep beneath the earth, its new cloaked masters stripped the place of its gold and finery. Only the two houses themselves, the Commons and the Lords, have been properly refurnished. Everyone else makes do. The journalistic lobby has set up a basic printing press in the estranged bar, with the new ministries established in any spare room or corridor. Occasionally, between the drinks and debates, some work gets done.
So I think they're implying that all of the guys that lived in the bazaar were all bats?
Possibly?
I was trying to remember the term for that.
The masters of the bazaar.
So it was a crab full of bats?
I guess.
Weird. One sec. Bat crab. It beach.
I'm getting a little chilly. So jacket time. That's better.
I have crammed my arms up my sleeves. I caused you to yawn.
Minister, the traditional vocation of both this office and one in your esteemed position is to take upon the duty and indeed burden of establishing and integrating new legislation of a beneficial yet cost-effective nature for the pan-Albion citizenry, with a twin focus on problem elimination and controversy avoidance paradigms. 1. The greater efficiency we demonstrate at this, on at least a prima facie basis, the greater slice of the budgetary pie will be allocated to our department, and the greater parliamentary status you personally, Minister, shall enjoy, too. With ascendancy comes reward. Minor ones, as ministerial salaries are currently primarily a barter-based economy for beverages of noted alcoholic form due to a most regrettable budget shortfall in non-functionary-related positions that are typically compensated through prestige. 3. However, he adds less than enthusiastically, I do understand that parliamentary envoys at Her Renewed Majesty's most celebrated throne enjoy some budgetary flexibility to reward completed law-related projects in gratitude for the demonstration of their continued purpose and presence at the moderate to highest levels of government. 4. He smiles a thin, tight smile. I believe that covers the basics. I can give you the longer version if you would prefer. 1. Make laws. 2. The more laws you pass, the higher your status. 3. We can't afford to pay you. 4. Exchange laws for sovereigns at the throne of ours.
That was a little translation.
You can learn the will of the people at ports around Albion and the Reach. Bring it here to be the foundation of a new bill. You will be working on this bill for a week and unable to leave until it is passed or rejected. Okay. It is Monday. The week begins with endless meetings. You are spared the most tedious of them. The loquacious civil servant explains that in matters of government policy, ministers tend to be more of an unfortunate necessity than a boon. The loquacious civil servant conducts the latest opinion polls. This is indeed a courageous law. he comments in a tone usually saved for a particularly unfortunate eulogy. Every day you get one action to try to boost your bill's political capital. The higher it is, the better its chances of passing at the end of the week. 100%, 100%, 100%. Okay. Let's, A careful series of threats and bribes does your dirty work better than you could have hoped. The yapping hordes eat up your words and agree to support you. Alone, they may not be enough to push your agenda through, but it certainly won't hurt.
Yapping hordes. Why is Parliament full of chihuahuas?
It is Tuesday. Your secretaries busy themselves assembling the necessary paperwork for a week of intense legislation. The loquacious civil servant hurries in. Minister, I'm afraid to say that so far your political will is only clashing with your colleagues' wont. I trust you have some secondary plans? That apostrophe shouldn't be there.
Or it is... or it does belong there as a pun. Your will is clashing with your colleagues' won't. And possibly a pun if one.
I think the pun would still work even without the apostrophe. Ambitious orator has set his sights on you. He must be dealt with. The clerks of your ministry come through with style. You just have to wait for a quiet moment with the fellow, whereas a friend, you persuade him that another, most uncivilized MP is about to release details of his recent visit to Magdalene's. He leaves in a hurry. Deliver a stirring speech in the House. Oh, it is Wednesday. Huge piles of paperwork await you in your office. Fortunately, you have civil servants to handle that for you. The loquacious civil servant dispatches a secretary to check the mood of the House. He returns looking less than convinced. At least we have your back, Minister. You appeal to their patriotism. You stir their souls. You paint them a picture of a better world. Where necessary, you even talk about the actual bill.
But only where necessary.
Yes. Conduct a survey of the protesters outside. It is Thursday. Slowly but surely, the new law is taking shape. I believe we are starting to see some success, reads the loquacious civil servant's latest note. Whatever you are doing, I highly advocate its continuation and or escalation, to be deleted as appropriate and with the greatest possible respect. With the help of your attractive staff, scrubbed up and pushed into suits they will never be able to afford, you put the key questions to the protesters outside. No one wants to disappoint the attractive, smiling people in front of them, and you receive the answers your questions demanded. It is Friday. The first draft of the new law is complete. Civil servants doze on their desks, eyes red raw from too much late working by candlelight. The loquacious civil servant has good news. Minister, I have it on good authority that the House is seriously considering backing your new law. Of course, you did not hear it from me in anything other than the strictest, most actual sense of the word. Commission a voyage into the flooded cellars. There are small rowboats near the wine cellar entrance, down the stone steps into the freezing water. There's no light down here, but whatever torches you bring. There's no light down here, but whatever torches you bring. The rowboat clinks against bottles fallen from the many shelves. Greyfields, 1882. Moral Ways, 1872. The master known as Mr. Wines liked to use the cold of the stolen river to keep its favorites at the right temperature. You emerge with enough to keep the whole house tipsy. It is voting day. The first draft of the new law is complete. Civil servants doze on their desks, eyes red raw from too much late working by candlelight. The loquacious civil servant hurries in with the latest opinion polls. Everything is coming up. He searches for a suitable word. Good. Yes. Very, very good. Excuse me, I think I may be falling for something unpleasant. You've done all you can. It's time to put it to the vote. 60% chance of success. Failure. Despite your efforts, you are unable to convince the House to rubber stamp your bill. As everyone files out in search of drinks, you see one of the first secretary's clerks waiting for you in the corridor. She shakes her head, conveying her superior's disappointment.
Oh no.
Delegations are waiting in Magdalene's, New Winchester, and Port Avon.
You've been transferred to the Office of Qualification Quantifications. Okay, New Winchester, Port Avon, Magdalene's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll reach.
Yep.
Let's see, the business at Magdalene's anyway, and New Winchester anyway, and Port Avon. GT. I see we still need bronzewood for this place.
Yeah, bronzewood is not plentiful in Albion.
It's not. You occasionally find some anyway, though, for no reason.
Well, but because,
Or get F's Christmas.
yeah, that. I will pick up some tea to fill the rest of the hold. And then I believe that is the end of my business here. There are very few shrouded corners left. There's this little bit right here, which I could clear out on my way to the Clockwork Sun. There's the area immediately around Perdurance.
This is full of mods. Jeez.
Uh-huh.
And then there's the
This
area north of
Dusking's Deep.
Keep Bay. Dusking's Deep, right?
but keep bay?
It looked like it said something Bay. It's like bookkeep, more cheeky.
No. Well. Okay, you know what? You know, he sounds kind of like the monsters in Zelda 1. Yeah. Considering it was guests, looking for valuables sounds like not a good idea.
Yeah, you don't want to fail that.
No.
Also, I think that was just plain not worth it.
Yeah. I'll just continue the bombardment. The waste waif is watching you. The guests burst into sprays of mints. As they die, they emit a gloomy whistling noise. It is rhythmic, devotional. Are they praying? Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
That may have been really not worth it.
Attention, waste wave.
Oh, hello. What are you? What are you doing in Albion? There. 2 supplies.
Sunless discovered he cannot digest peppers.
Curator. Okay, this was a bad idea. What?
Why?
Why? Why?
Ow.
I don't know what's going on.
The dark is full of monsters and jerks.
Yeah.
That's what's going on.
Achievement unlocked. The Fortunes of War. Yeah, I'll have to check after I dock here. Okay, what was that? Upset the balance of power in the Reach.
What?
Huh? What'd I do?
You got shot a bunch and ran away, I don't understand.
Yeah. I wonder if the curator caught up to that thing and just...
Oh, mayhaps.
Sun... Right, port. Ruleberry Juxtamare. Again. There we go. The light in her eyes goes out. Her mouth takes on a grim cast. You're right, she says. But I'd have appreciated being allowed that shred of hope. She trudges back upstairs. She pauses before she opens the vault door. Her back straightens. Limping awkwardly between the tangles of creaking machinery, she begins pointing out the flaws and fractures that have been allowed to develop in her absence. Look at the state of this. That's on backwards? Bloody hopeless, the lot of you. Engineers follow her like baby ducks, hurriedly taking notes of her instructions. No one mentions her recent episode. Sun settles back into its hopeless rut.
And impressively, you apparently cured her of being dazzled.
For now, the sun churns with smoke and bustle and industry. In the future, there will be rust. The sun is now dulled.
Also, wow, you got up to 44.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is just things as it used to be. Okay.
Does that guy have another well-intentioned package for you?
Yep, and like I said, it's bound for Wolverine Juxtamare again. Hey, another 10 strength of the sun. Okay. Now let's get back to London. Hey, Mom. Would you please? Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Teddy, don't fall over. Up on his hind legs and twist it way around to keep place on his back. And just a little further.
Hey, there we go. Big repair. Heck yeah. Okay, so given that, I think I might hit the Royal Society first. Although actually, no, I've as full as my hold is. May as well go back and also get another time jack. Is that what they're called?
Reveling Jack.
Raveling jack. Unsettled dreams. Sure, let's try this. Cool. Okay.
It triggers if the light can make the attention go away. Give you a vision of nothing direct you to the location of the right.
Hmm. Eggmonger. Smash Mouth, sell the eggs. Repairs. Okay, let's I'm interested in what this actually involves. Let's go ahead and do this. He considers you for a minute, tapping his pen on the desk. Then he nods. He communicates that he works for the New Street Line, an organization that arranges for Workworld escapees to be smuggled to safety. If necessary, the line finds them new lives and new names. The authorities do not approve. If you want to help, you will need to meet his patron. He gives you a yellowing train ticket and shows you an address. It belongs to a fierce philanthropist, co-owner of the Steam and Sapphire Company.
Ooh, how many unlicensed charts do you
I don't know. More than one, though.
have? Okay.
I want to say I have probably 3.
So you need the one for, I think.
Yep, I have 3.
So you don't want the Waste Wave's anger. That can cost you things.
Mm-hmm. You call at the fierce philanthropist's tall, stately house. Her secretary is a slight man with a drooping lip. He jumps up when you present your ticket and ushers you into his employer's study. She sits tall in her chair, a sherry bottle to one side, her papers to the other. She pours you a glass. Please, have a seat. Her voice has a hint of Midland's melancholy. Let's see. How does it work? Do they have hidden stations, black-wraithed locomotives, safe houses for work-world escapees? There is no line. The philanthropist taps a nail on her mahogany desk, only the idea of one. We have conductors operating throughout the Empire, reporting to me. I'll point you to one of them, and they'll tell you where you need to go. Assuming, of course, you're ready to be responsible for another's freedom.
Huh. Space Railroad as opposed to the Underground Railroad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How can we help? The fierce philanthropist gives you a nod. We don't handle that side of the business here, of course, she says. Too dangerous for our other affairs. Speak to our man at the yards. She directs you to a firebrand conductor. Use the passphrase, bread for blood.
Okay, bye.
He meets you in a smoky station pub. The conductor is an itchy-fingered, studious young man, blazing with revolutionary zeal inside his oversized scarf. We'll free them one by one if we have to. It's a good job the clientele is raucous and utterly uninterested in your conversation. Inquire about the work. Everyone deserves the right to their own hours, to live them at the pace God intended. But on the work worlds, a pauper spends a month of their life to ensure an hour of rich man's luxury. The firebrand conductor spits onto the floor. Those who escape from the work worlds are hunted. Our patron arranges for as many as she can. Arranges passage for as many as she can. We look for opportunities. Empty cargo trains, drunken captains who won't notice a few extra hands on board their trains. There's space on your train for some unfortunate soul. The firebrand conductor flips through his notebook. The lady makes the arrangements through her network. Let's see. Yes, pick up from here, deliver there. Come back to me and I'm sure I'll have another who needs your help. There's always more. Okay, pick up from the Home Bureau and deliver to New Winchester.
I can never spell bureau. Rio. Got it.
Huh, can't do this when you have strength of the sun higher than 34.
Wait, can't do what?
Can't take this prospect.
Ah. Okay. Because they don't need them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gemstones.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, 5.
5 casks. I only have like 2 or 3, I think.
Yeah.
I can get more. And I'm sure they'll sell for a buttload.
Yeah, Blue Kingdom places.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I'm headed to the mausoleum for business. There's those gemstones now. What did I need to bring to the flotilla?
That was crockery, tea, supplies, 1 each.
Okay. And I will also need more literature for Avid Horizon. Since I'll also be stopping there. Okay. Let's go.
That's one of the ways to deal with guests. If you're a flashback waste to search a shrine turret, and select your supplies and you use a turret, you're prepared the guests.
A savage secret and 2 tales of terror. The resurrectionists keep their handful of corpses admirably catalogued. The old dangle with the old, the young hang with the young. A neat logbook records their provenance and items collected. Creepy.
Gentleman's lodging.
Is that the name of that train?
No, it's just a place called Helmet Grave. And I just make an idiotic reference for absolutely no reason.
We're making a what reference?
Idiocracy.
Oh, okay.
Tinsel's funeral.
Here we are. Visit the macabre counselor. Well, she demands, do you have my daughter? With the assistance of the clairvoyant doctress's face, you have succeeded. The macabre counselor is as close to overjoyed as you have ever seen her, which is to say her mouth twitches sadly. The presumptuous heiress's response is much more passionate. She drops the hood with a dramatic flare. You let a bloody monster steal my face! It's just a bit of skin, dear, the macabre counselor says soothingly. Perhaps it will grow back. If not, you should be used to masks by now. Before the presumptuous heiress can continue her tirade, the macabre counselor draws you aside. Most satisfactory. You will have everything I promised and more. Now, if you'll excuse me, my daughter and I have important matters to discuss. You've gained 1 crimson promise, 3 casks of Navarretine gemstones, hell
We don't
yeah.
have the 5 we need.
Yep.
Neat.
1000 XP.
And those are destined for where? Here?
Uh-huh.
Oh, nice. Time to make money.
Mm-hmm. Her renewed majesty has ordered the construction of a memorial chapel for the laborers who, during the promised days, gave their lives to lay the foundations of Albion. 5 casks of Navarretine gemstones are required for its grand mural to depict the blood, the sweat, and the tears. Mausoleum lies... yes. The direful chamberlain takes your consignment with customary gloom. Serviceable, which is, let's face it, all that we can really hope for. High praise. And a bonus 100 sovereigns.
That's a pathetic bonus. Good.
Oh, and deathless favor. So that's not bad.
Gotta get me. The sale was quite lucrative, at least.
Yeah.
Itself.
And they're selling hours at a discount, which I am actually running low on those. So after I've done everything else here, I should come back.
Improbable.
They're less common here than in the Reach. Speak with the luminous cardinal. Oh, it's 76. I can.
Favorite Catholic. That sounds like a weird British sitcom. My favorite Catholic.
94%.
Fire the Pope Beam!
The Cardinal is unattended today as he walks through the sepulchral vaults of the mausoleum, his bright vestments trailing along the flagstones. He notices your gaze and approaches. A footman hurries over to facilitate conversation. I believe we've had this conversation before. Yes.
Oh, yes, this fellow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very good. Give you an elevator again.
All right.
Spell that with a K.
Spell what with a K?
The knave.
Oh. 2 more fuel. And let's get 3 of those hours.
That'll buy some time. Ooh, there's a danger zone. What's it? Baker's Treat?
Trust.
Trust.
Why?
Oh, I was just a jerk. Did you even get anything out of there, or did it just spawn that guy?
No, I got something out of there. Munitions.
Oh. Beautiful churches. Another thing to get us to fight about. What are we fighting? There's a fight happening. Holy crap, what's even going on around here?
Let's rest and recover. Because I don't have room in the hold.
Okay, resurrection's fighting,
Mm-hmm. You know what? I'm just going to ignore them. Not even going to bother.
but sometimes when you help these people out, they keep shooting after victory, and they don't care if you get shot accidentally, but if you accidentally shoot them, no, it's fight to the death.
Yep.
Which, when you think about it, really seems just incredibly stupid. Stray shots happen. Armor's there for a reason.
Weaving. Stop weaving,
Yeah,
Hugo.
Hey. We both made Elrond's joke.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. Let's say, did you go even play agency?
Yep.
Shotgun sucks. It's really catching you.
Yeah, that's because he's firing from so far away.
Here's, on the other hand, here's this whole piece of butter having a bunch of knives thrown at it.
A solid crate. Munitions.
Great!
Yay. That's exactly what I wanted.
If only they were in some way usable.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like goofy things like the crazy monster hunters, which were ammo for a certain gun. Dark, thirsty waters. That's an ironic thing for water to be.
Mm-hmm.
Literally never worth a toothbrush to me. I don't know why that's an option.
Here we go. A feast, not for the traitors nor the murderers, just us. Tea, as it is written, and scones as it is written, and those little cakes that melt in your mouth, as it is written.
Scones!
The illuminated acolyte claps his hands with delight at your spread. Supralapsarians crowd into his little chamber to partake of your bounty. They speak to each other of plans to visit this or that boulevard, to attend this concert or seduce that tenor. The names that fall from their lips are but dim memories. No plans bearing those titles exist on this side, or no places bearing those titles exist on this side of the horizon. At last, when the dishes are cleared away and everyone has toasted the wandering bazaar, the archivist unbuttons his shirt to reveal writing upon his scone-filled stomach. Scraps of poetry on the wonders of old London, deep and dark and marvelous.
Jeez, someone watched the ghosts already. Boy, that's a weird combination of things.
Offer your opinion. What?
Hideous and broken ornaments, shepherdesses, kittens, tentacled rubbery men of old London. Kittens and tentaclemen.
You have listened and read and learned. What do you think? The illuminated archivist nods encouragingly. Before we go further, I'd know what you thought so far. So many acolytes fail at this hurdle, he says brightly. It is a text of London as was and will be. The illuminated archivist smiles. Yes, exactly so. He extends a hand daubed black and green, the colors of old London smog. The illuminated archivist is all smiles and discourse on the readings he has given you. Is all smiles as you discourse on the readings he has given you. Your first lesson, what was lost? So much. You are not as you were. No one is. The illuminated archivist rolls his eyes, revealing little tattoos of velocipedes racing down a gaslit street. He was apparently less than thrilled by this response. His eyes narrow, peeved. Really? The illuminated archivist is all smiles as, okay, second lesson, what do you fear? Trials and travails of any old Londoner. The masters, the netty men, the things in the marshes and the things in the sea, scandal and prison and the light of the sun. The illuminated archivist nods solemnly. Such is our lot, we who might live so long in the dark. All liberties come with a cost, but we have chosen our price. Third lesson. What gift do you bring me, I who have instructed you? It is tradition.
Oh, guess we need more tea.
Yeah.
Or an oozing sky.
Yeah. I wonder which is better.
Why is it gotta be oozing?
So, tea or caged catch?
Why must it ooze?
Perhaps look up which is better as well while you're at it.
Close reading of your dog.
street-line passenger in the back room of Murgatroyd's Frontier Supplies. Your contact said they'd be doing odd jobs in the storeroom. She also gave you a key to enter through the back. Between shelves of tat lined in neat rows, a woman with hair as white as cobwebs sits in a novelty rocking chair. She seems to be dead as the Stovey Sam dolls sat among the merchandise. She doesn't respond when you address her, but when you show her the ticket, her eyes widen. Someone came looking for me before, she confides, but I played dead, see? She joins you on your locomotive. Next stop for her is New Winchester. Watch the quiet sea.
Basically, there are two paths. You can do what he likes and get moments of inspiration, experience, cryptic benefactor. Or you can accrue a condition called casting doubt by doing what he doesn't like at every turn. This displeases him greatly in regard to balefully. Sharp frown says some interesting stuff, and you instead get same amount of experience, but a condemned experiment, 500 sovereigns, and that's it.
That sounds like a worse deal.
So yeah, 5 sovereigns and you can do an experiment instead of 2 moments of inspirations and a cryptic benefactor. Interesting to say the least.
Okay. Next stop, Worldberry.
By the sea!
Under the boardwalk, down by the sea. Yeah. Something's moving out here. Oh dear. Ministry monitor defeated. Came upon a scrap between a monitor and a ministry locomotive with guests.
Oh no. Delicate, elongated vessels, using telescopic arrays of lenses and sounding voices.
In addition to aiding the revenue men in tracking smugglers, they perform other less public services for Her Majesty. Search for confiscated contraband or search for ministry secrets. That sounds more interesting and more likely to succeed. Each monitor's captain has strict protocols to dispose of the contents of their safe in the event of capture. Are you fast enough to get there first?
Yes.
Yes. Perhaps the captain was killed in the battle. Perhaps when the time came, they valued their own life more highly than the ministry's secrets. Regardless, the files are intact. You comb through the papers from the safe. The ministry hoards many valuable secrets. Aha, what is this? I could gain savage secrets. I could gain a cryptic benefactor or an unlicensed chart. Interesting. Cryptic benefactors are kind of hard to come by. And unlicensed charts are expensive when you can find them.
Question is, how many savage secrets and Sansu gossip or visions of the heavens are necessary?
Okay, 2 and 4, or 1 and 2. It's a bit expensive, but cryptic benefactor.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. You couldn't prove most of it, of course, but the advantage of blackmail is that one rarely needs to. Hopefully you won't need to release the information anyway. Its value is in the favor it will allow you to extract from its subject. The dreadnought rocks like an empty cradle. It had been colonized by the guests, a wormy, lonely species that craves the warmth of inhabited places. But one guest calls others. Soon every inch of the engine was filled with slug-like worms, and the crew were crushed. Continue your bombardment. Show up and eventually they're like, let's have a ding dong.
What? Let's have a ding dong.
Ding dong merrily on high. Ding dong merrily the sky is riven with angels singing. Gloria, Hosanna in excelsis.
Okay, you haven't spent too much time here to sign.
It's Monty Python.
Wooglings. We're sure they're not the same as guys.
I am not guessed.
Don't eat. Wriggling's eating.
Yeah, he's gonna circle around a bit.
Anything that makes him crazy Ivan into something that explodes.
The Oathbreaker.
Now, to avoid the burrower below getting ticked off at you, you probably want to do option 2.
Yeah.
It's actually really cheap.
Mm. He's watching you. Your purse is lighter, but the debtor, Detty, and the mediator seem happy. Outside, the sky's fogs are thick as soup.
8 to 10. Really? That's not
Oathbreaker.
I did like the oath.
Oh.
Like, just slam me on the brakes and swearing a lot. So the thing I canceled actually always sets your quality to watched. However, the other options on a 50% chance set your quality to angry.
Hmm.
If you ignore the matter, either someone dies or the Oathbreaker is angry. Or the burger is angry. Punish them both in a tale of terror, or the Oathbreaker is angry. Or the burrower is angry. Ah, nothing good. But I think it does mean that there's such oh hey! He's for this stupid ammo.
Mm-hmm.
If I didn't want to go to yours.
Yeah. Which I do. I'm just not sure I only want to go to the off-season. I think I do want to go there first, though, so... While we're here... The shady sale of an unlikely amount of tea. What a lot of tea! Why is this scarred gentleman selling it so cheap? He picks at his teeth. Do you want to ask questions, or do you want to buy a load of cheap tea that may or may not have recently been used to conceal other substances of less certain legality?
Oh. So there's nothing wrong with the tea. It was just. They just are done with it and need to be rid of it.
Uh-huh.
He was used to smuggle stuff.
Smuggling tea.
That's not drinking tea, that's smuggling tea.
Deliver the sequencer's care package. To the beach. Visit the cult. Join the ritual.
these lumps. Disgusting doggy eggs. They'll get you back in later. Ew. Donkeys don't normally have eggs. I think these are actually crabs.
Report. Path to the beach.
Your appetite stuff reduces the difficulty.
Otherworldly artifact.
You got like 27 of these freaking things.
Yep.
And this one's gross.
Rubbery lump cellar.
Lump cellar? Lump cellar?
Donkey ride. Let me ride that donkey. What cup of tea?
You know, the one that's mysteriously in your hand now. This tea. Those 2 crates full of tea that showed up. Don't worry about them. They're here now.
Okay. One more fuel just to get me back to London safely. I mean, what I have.
Literature? Your hold is full of stuff.
My hold is full of stuff.
Eating cold stuff. It tastes incalculable. Hooray! to make the guy happy, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so tea. And tea alone.
The choice is tea and tea alone.
Your next client task is delivering literature license.
Yeah.
Have you picked up the escape time slave?
Yes.
Excellent. Seems soon our adventure shall take us back to the beach. Where the Winchester Ward's going?
Well, we know that things have changed there because of that achievement that I got earlier. Not sure exactly why or in what way.
I'm guessing one of her Majesty's forces got exploded. Which reduced the overall influence of them. It should probably improve the fortunes of the 90s.
More literature for the sun, or tea for the sun. I have lots of tea. I can deliver tea.
Sun tea!
Sun tea.
It is quite lacking in literature indeed.
Yep. Need one more for the Avid Horizon, and then 5 for...
So I need to buy 6 for Mulberry.
Yep. Let's see. Yeah, may as well go ahead and make that delivery to the Sun and pick up another charity package.
Sounds decent.
How
The
much?
library for all that literature.
Uh-huh.
Stop at average resin. With one thing of tea for that. And then I do believe we'll be ready to head back to the region.
Mm.
In fact, just to be safe. See, Average Horizons can kind of be like on the opposite side of London from. So I'm thinking when you head to Average Horizon to finish that off, you might bring 5 crates of hours with you to drop the burr below quality of 0.
Yeah, that might not be a bad idea.
Because there's only 3 values, 0, 10, and 20.
Right.
But it can go up by 10 whenever you travel.
Yeah.
And that would be an extraordinary inconvenience.
Mm-hmm.
And a little bit of a danger, too, because you'd have to get all that the way back from the gate.
Mm-hmm. Actually, you know what? I'm going to bring 1 additional tea and swing past Brabazon on the way to the Sun. Like, it's not really a direct line, but it's... I can do that.
Yeah, it's 5.
What's 5?
Number of hours you need to...
Oh, that, yes.
Oh.
Huh?
What?
What?
Okay, no, that's only an option when it's a 20?
Oh.
So, if you're... How do you drop it if you're watching that?
Go ahead and do that as well. Maybe I can't. Oh, there's the story.
There's no -10 or something. So you take it off royally by traveling a bunch, getting like 60 or higher. Then do something that makes it mad by default. Thus dropping it to 20. Having no actual effect other than lowering the internal number. Okay, this game's coded weird. Learning strange things about it on the wiki. I think it's what the kids today call cursed knowledge.
The committee sits in a requisition stockroom just off the bit between. It is cramped, forcing the members to rotate who attends. Workworlders and overseers sit in equal balance. It's not fraternizing. No? Then what would you call it, pray tell? Excuse me, would you like that last remark to be italicized? What? For the minutes, you see, it sounded pointed, and I have made a very concerted effort to italicize any and all pointed remarks. Oh, for pity's sake. Good thing we haven't any pressing business to discuss. Same question, I'm afraid.
Cool, more roommates.
Yep. My terror is fine. It's good to see you. It's good just to spend a moment with someone who saw me in the thick of it. He shakes his head. Not all of them understand. Think I should be rescuing them somehow. I'm doing my best, but I can't get the ships to take them away. And then, where would they go?
There are many places they can go. Perhaps you should, turn a blind eye when one disappears every now and again. The line would be grateful for such surreptitious cooperation. Mm-hmm. Spare the birch. That tree knows what it did.
Mm-hmm.
With its white bark. It's just lucky it hasn't been planted on someone's roof.
Huh?
That birch is just lucky it hasn't been planted on someone's roof.
You and your roof trees.
If I had just had access to jungle plant saplings, the about bone meal? That could have been a lot faster than it was if I'd known about bone meal. I forget, the chicken streets or just chicken the hills?
I don't recall.
Whenever I thought of going under the street and chickens.
Yeah. Yeah,
The clucking hills.
in Minecraft, Daniel did weird things to confuse everybody else, like
Pranks. They're basically pranks.
yeah, like burying chickens in various places, so as people pass by, they would just hear a distant clock, clock, clock. But you know, they wouldn't see a chicken because it would be buried in the ground.
They were all named Reginald.
Of course they were.
Yes, weird Fae-like pranks. This is a pretty good description of what happened. When you think about it, planting trees in weird places is indeed a very Fae-like prank, depending on the Fae in question. Their disgruntlement. Oh crud, there's cantankerous in here? I believe that's the demonym for a... Or, no, not the demonym, the collective noun for cantankerous.
Yeah.
A disgruntlement. Hi.
Hey, Mimi.
No, she woke up and stretched rather suddenly, like she has something to go do.
Mm-hmm. Important cat business.
Probably pee. Okay, hopefully not pee. She's gone into the kitchen. Trade verdant seeds for uncanny specimens here. Alright.
I hadn't seen that one appear before.
Okay, greenhouses shouldn't sweat. That's weird. Condensation should be on the inside. How does that work? It's not a place to think. Oh, it's a thing. A seizure of ours! Oh no.
As in, like, they were seized.
Just imagining that being the collective term. Which doesn't make sense because there are terms for groups of hours. They're called days. Months. Years, decades, centuries, millennia. Etc. Etc. Her Majesty's House of Random Crap.
I won't worry about hours right now.
Brought to you by French Walk.
We'll hold on to... or I will keep the empty space for stuff I might find.
You've got the inch. You've got the stench.
Gross.
Living in the bathroom with the cat box. It might smell like poo, you know what you gotta do.
Daniel. Stuff I find like this.
The stink of rust and scrap iron. I'm sorry, does rust have a smell? Oh,
I mean,
that's perfect.
smells like iron.
Also, which kind of rust? There's two. Well, actually, there's maybe one too. But when it comes to iron rust, there's the red and the brown. They're different oxidation states.
Hmm.
Chemistry! It's delicious.
Rust isn't delicious.
Oh, chemistry. There's a word for delicious chemistry. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You say crap that was either growing. They do weird stuff to it. And then it's good. Cooking. Got your bee wood.
Yeah, still need one more.
Oh look, more people are selling tea.
A recent bylaw pushed through by the Restorationists Committee has outlawed the drinking of tea in Parliament on the grounds that it is an undemocratic and imperialist beverage. Port has been recommended instead. Ironic.
I mean, tea actually was very imperialist early on. It was basically a symbol of the empire,
Mm-hmm.
literally.
Hello, Remy.
And then port's like wine with sugar in it. And sugar is fairly imperialist too. Empire, as far as the eye can see. The sun will never set on it, mainly because the sun's dead because the queen killed it.
Okay, buy a bunch of tea. Yes, Remy?
Yeah, there's a very roll-safe strategy on her restored majesty's... Yeah, on her renewed majesty's part. The sun can't set on her empire if there's no sun.
Yeah. Don't let the sun go down on me.
I wish this game had a bigger fan base. It would absolutely be an appropriate meme. It's like the roll safe meme, but with Victoria's scowling face. That's unnecessarily dumb. So I hope you're not losing potential next now the bar's not full. I have to wonder when it fills again, will you have like give you another fresh part.
I'm sure it will.
Like, how many whole levels can you hold in storage? Dirty burner. What a horrible name for a place.
Merry Christmas, Tardy Brown.
It's like the area north of Mordor. Brown. Ew. Sauron. Dang. Another nostalgic crock of shite.
Grimmy.
Congratulations, Grandma Pants Nordum.
Grandma Pin. What?
Grandma Pants Nordum.
Oh.
What under the stars did you, Grandma Pen? What?
Yeah.
Grandma been north. I was gonna say, well, I'm not a grandma, but I have been north many
Oh no!
Enunciation, Daniel.
Yep, that's a rock.
That's a rock, all right.
For glass on one side. Because the mechanical sun is angry about that. Weird, that's how expresses it.
Yeah.
Stuff in glass.
Oops.
That's getting
You happen to see. Old cream? What?
When the light of the sun pours in through your windows, the color and thickness of old cream.
Ugh. Really? You are so demanding.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're being so gentle about it, but still.
Maybe she wants that enchilada, and that's what we're talking about.
Yawn.
Head towards Azimuth. Will you visit the ass house?
Careful. She nearly backed up off the edge of the couch.
Back to Mulberry.
Yep.
Tea for thee.
Hey, another ministry stamped permit.
Hooray! Go, go!
Really.
Oh, let's throw the ball. Pass Remy the small. Might distract her from some foolery.
I think more than anything, she wants pets. Maybe brushing. Mm-hmm.
I was gonna see it. There we go. He's behind your butt now.
The sequencer obviously takes his role as gatekeeper seriously. He fusses around you, checking you and your crew's gear, tugging on straps, checking for rips, wiping your stained glass goggles with a silk handkerchief. All the while he spouts an endless stream of warnings. Don't enter the Shalimar, never travel in a group of 3 or fewer, and resist the urge to sing no matter how fiercely your throat burns. And for sequence's sake, watch the condition of your suit. With that, he pats you on the back, hands you a brochure, and sends you through the heavy iron door to the dome. Exhibition halls built to accommodate sunspotter tourists and sequence pilgrims, and abandoned after the dangers of the sun became impossible to hide. Priceless paintings hang in bleached rags. Magnificent relics have been left to accumulate glittering glass dust. Is anything still intact? The stained glass sky has collapsed, and unfiltered sunlight gnaws savagely at your hazard suit. It is currently undamaged, though a little shabby. Soon you stumble upon a gleaming forest of glass sculptures. As you get closer, you realize they were once tourists, from back when the exhibition was still open to the public. What were they clustered around? Ooh.
Elbows and fingertips, razors. Yikes. Oh, here's this one.
The stained glass sky is collapsed. Yep. It's currently battered. It's Yeah, it is currently battered, but it mostly seems to be holding up. Fray here, a loose panel there. A scream. One of your crew is staring in horror at her hand, which is suddenly shriveled and sprouted liver spots. The light can do strange things to the flow of time, and you seem to have strayed into a bad patch. Ugh! You guide your crew through the patch of lumpy time. Once everyone is through, you find yourself in an area of the dome seemingly untouched by previous explorers. A quick search uncovers an intact exhibit, a shroud of fabric that, even here, ravenously consumes light. On the return journey, however, you run into trouble. Stoker carrying the bombazine makes a misstep and begins to wail as his leg withers and rots beneath him. Unbalanced, he falls forward and the bombazine tumbles from his grip. Grap? Catch the crew member. Crew member sobs in relief, clutching tightly at your suit. The bombazine unravels instantly to an ancient, valueless scrap. Soon you stumble upon a gleaming... that's the same thing as before. State of the suit is 2. So I can do one more. Ah. You find your path blocked by a tangle of bleached white foliage. The Shalimar Garden exploded from its greenhouse long ago, feeding furiously on the sun's light until it swelled to a jungle. Return to safety. Yeah, I'm going to need better stats before I return here.
Yeah, maybe respec for Veils real quick.
Yeah.
With the upgraded double, you do get like a +10 from him.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a chunk, but might want to raise the base. Base. It's got speakers in the seats that will kick you in the ass.
In the face. So you can, so it rhymes.
So turn down the treble and crank up the bass. It's a dial that increases the number of fish flopping about in the trunk.
Meow. You're so pretty, Remy. Burritos loom. Kindrel's fine.
It has a connection with Lumpy Space.
Lumpy Jazz. smooth jazz. Okay. Yeah, cool. Let's swap stories.
Hold on.
Yep. And there's something else right down here. A wreckage. 84% chance. Let's just do that.
Enter through the. Enter through the yawning kingdom. A temple of screams settles down.
Volunteering with a short-sighted professor. Where have you been? You're my new test subject, yes? Hurry up. There's no risk to your crew. Alright, sure. Your chosen crew member returns to the engine with a startled expression and a slight limp. What happened? They try to explain. Occasionally their explanation shifts into Flemish, a language that, until today, they didn't speak.
What the heck was the professor doing? It might seem to be Fleming's adjacent.
The ascent to the telescope is arduous and up an improbable number of winding stone stairs. At the top waits the telescope, gargantuan and gleaming as a dragon slumbering in its lair. The chair pulls the machinery to open the dome to the heavens with visible glee. For a few moments she stands alone, looking up, bathed in distant starlight. And then she's at the telescope, lowering the great barrel until the lens is at her eye. Read your patron's latest reports. Today I have regrets which I shall divulge, and am angry and sorry I have not ever been the best tutor to you. Dear heart, I apologize. Many tutors out of our acquaintance are terrible mimics of genius who don't know the first thing about astronomy. While I am an artist, O Lord, lay out what was promised and pay us in full. What did she see? The sun's rays wash over Albion from corner to corner like a pale tide. Its light waxes and wanes, sometimes burnished gold, sometimes gray gold, as a parliamentarian's beard. Looking closer, you can see activity on the sun. Sporadically it turns, its terrible machinery spinning. Occasionally it hits resistance and judders to a halt. I don't think I have anything I can turn in for, well, I have uncanny specimens, but... and visions. Well, okay, so I have those kind of things. Oh, T counts too, okay. Good.
T for 2?
Yeah. T for 2.
Yeah.
That's a good deal. I shall continue that exchange.
I like the idea of sunlight seeping. It makes it sound viscous. Talk to the guy.
Oh, right, I needed 1 T down at the place. Well, that's fine. I can do that on the next leg of the journey.
The millipede-like journey.
Would make more sense to do it that way anyway, I think.
another drill.
That's the one that I have, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Oh, it is. Improved armor plating. Decent. Plating increases hold. I think the Heathcliff is the one that isn't a side grade.
Yeah, but it's it also occupies the plating slot, which
He's currently at 8 or 7 or something.
10.
Oh, 10. An increase of 1.
Mm-hmm.
And 4 hold.
Yeah. So that would be an upgrade, but I really want that creepy
Oh,
armor
you want the
plating.
disturbing one
Yeah.
with people in it.
Yeah, so that I can put something else in the bridge slot without losing too much crew space. You know? Well,
So to avoid losing space for crew, you're willing to put your crew in goo. Ew. What a thing to do. How much was the goo crew?
it was quite a bit, and also excuse me. And also required like some pretty high stats too.
Where is it? New one?
Because I can't afford it right
Let's
now.
see, it was in the munch press here. There it is.
Yeah, Veiled 65.
Rubbery sacks.
Yeah, armor by 13, quarters by 5. So almost as much quarters as that, and more armor.
But you need big potato veils.
Mm-hmm.
Like 7 veils, not enough. You're getting more veils. 9 veils, good job. Need more. These dances won't suffice. Require additional veils. More. Why is everyone in Albion selling tea?
More tea. I will totally buy some and immediately exchange it for more of those things.
Huh, good point.
Ow!
Someone's getting nippy.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna save one.
Right, for that. Okay.
Or, well, I guess use as many as you like, but save one.
And I have one
To
right
mine,
now. Yeah.
Make sure one remains in the air.
As much space as I have right now, let's just go ahead and make it that much. Okay, and now I don't need to return to London just yet. Did I write a port report?
That's a very good question.
I did not. I did not go to the place where that was a thing. Alright. I can deliver another port report from the Clockwork Sun.
Ah.
100 sovereigns, 5 strength of the sun. Sure, let's get another invitation to Perdurance or two.
So there's a few loops to get anything done around there.
Mm-hmm.
The loops, brother.
10-day port reception. A few odd captains mingle in the palatial ballroom with astronomers, engineers, and scientists. Conversation is stilted, but the cheese and biscuits are plentiful, as is the port. The mellifluous president attempts to tell jokes. Spirits improve when the careless Devilis enters, carrying pilfered wines from the Rochester Club, accompanied by the inscribed tinkerer with a blistering homebrew. You wake up alone in your cabin, surrounded by the remnants of what appears to have been a party. Someone has remodeled your sink to be more aerodynamic. Your headache is unforgivable.
How do you do that to a sink?
Drunkenly.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand that.
Hey, once you're done there, did you mean to? Okay.
Using the power of drunken engineering.
Respec for iron.
Grab a thermos.
Which is just that one. 61%? Sure, let's try it. Success. The gardens were an early attempt by the Society to stamp their mark upon the sky. More interesting avenues for scientific exploration quickly presented themselves, however, and the gardens were left to run wild, half-tamed. The overgrown gardens are beautiful, but hazardous to the casual walker. You, however, are a veteran rambler. The ha-ha is no obstacle to your fearless tread. The follies neither deceive nor divert you from your path, and you can tell from a mile off the bog is a bad idea. You find yourself in a pleasant faux classical temple dedicated to the suns. Someone has left something behind. A sheaf of papers, crisp as freshly ironed shirts.
They have ha-has there?
Apparently. Hey, ministry stamped permit. Yay. Switch back to her.
Yay, ministry stamp permit, what are you, a stamp collector?
No, it's a permit, and the permits are so Byzantine I can basically get away with using them to do anything.
Anything bureaucratic.
Anything bureaucratic. It's like, see, I have a permit, and they'll take your word for it.
Oh, you got a license for that? Oh, absolutely. It's carry on then. The bureaucracy is sufficiently intimidating that it allows for such indiscretions.
Or abuses, you might call them.
You might. Okay, next to the mausoleum. That sounds like some kind of I wasn't thinking removing so much as like a like a finish, an outer layer of something that keeps mice out. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. More hours.
Yeah, an abandon of ours.
Just get a little more fuel and supplies. And then continue on my merry, well, not so merry way
An
to the
abandon of ours. A reckless.
to the flotilla. Let's go. Yeah. At this hour.
Tasty.
Yeah. Thank you.
Stair zigzags. Zigzags to the Z.
The illuminated archivist pours you both a cup in broken china saucers, several decades out of fashion. I found these down in the drift. He pauses and shakes his head. I found these in Flowerdene Market. I find them daringly modish. The tea he brews is strong, and he does not wait for you to finish your cup before pouring you another. The illuminated archivist is all smiles as you discourse on the readings he has given you. Final lesson, where are you? Yeah, I figured that was going to be the correct. You speak of old London and its gaslit streets, of the false stars above and the Z waiting below. You speak of the masters and their bazaar, of tomb colonists and rubbery men and the sprawling, teeming life of it all. At last you realize the illuminated archivist is speaking with you, word for word, chasing them along the slim, severe lines of his body. He stops at a final tattoo of a gate in the nape of his neck. The illuminated archivist is all smiles as you discourse on the readings he has given you. We are concluded. I have no further questions. The illuminated archivist regards you with something approaching delight. I've been entirely thrilled by your progress. You understand what it is to meditate on a better world, to contemplate a time when things were better. He smiles, displaying the new tattoo over his heart. I've never had a better pupil. Take my lessons with you when you leave here. I know you will. Is that something in his eye? Just ink. It runs sometimes. Be away with you, Captain. You have understood the word. 2 moments of inspiration. Nice.
Tasty. She is a secret.
The silent mystic laughs and cups your jaw in her hands. Shall I lie to you? She swirls you around on the wheel, her white robes flying like mist rising from the sea. Let's see. So many lies told here. Can't you feel the weight of them? The traveler will never return. Albion was first. You will go home. Now tell me which was true. She laughs and whirls you away.
Okay. Or any of those true, I wonder.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Of course there are shops there.
Shops.
It's just kind of automatic.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it isn't like disabled.
Yeah. Ooh.
Thing to the north.
Thing to the west. I'll go to the north thing first. Oh, one of these.
Ancient ruins.
Let's do this. Hey, another level.
Fresh bar.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't sure about that. Yeah, that's a good trade.
Yeah.
Moment of inspiration? Yes, please. A wobbly mungus. Oh, but you don't have it to linger, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, good. I'm amazed you understood why I'm at
Context.
primarily and almost purely.
Partial success.
No.
Broke it again.
Also, I dare the viewers to make a compilation video of the various weird things I've called lefts.
Or just like a supercut of Danielisms. It would be.
a long video.
That would be a long video.
A long, nearly impenetrable video. A really boring party.
Yep.
Free supplies. Delicious.
Shoops. Hey! Oh, no, wait, that's for delivery. Now I may as well go ahead and buy out this time bargain here.
Of squandering.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, 3.
Well, one more.
Ah, well. Yeah, I figured we'd hit Wilbury before coming here, but I just swung around southwest.
Yep. Yeah, originally my intent had been to return to London first, but then wound up with that tea, so I figured, why not? Just make a big old swing around. Here we are now going to the west side. Something more than nothing to go for a ride.
I can think of a pretty good reason, but it's metacontextual. That being it's 11:50. Next stop would be a good extended night.
Yeah.
Shotgun sucks. Aw. Looks like there is an opportunity there. And it was clear he wasn't gonna make contact. It would have been a good time to turn and need his broadside of a shotgun blast. It matters. But it's hard to tell whether they're accurate or whether they're on target or not.
Mm.
It does appear to be unable to change direction when charging.
Yeah.
Stupid munitions. That is the smell of weakness.
Munitions is the smell of a weakness.
No, it's an ability to turn and charge. kind of already a primary weakness. You find something to your back and he charges and smashes his face in. Obviously. But the thought of slamming him into the side of a broadside from the spread weapon makes me actually. That just sounds like good fights. Got a weird thing. Get out of here, munitions. Care package is away. Care package is away. Come back later. The care package is away. It's not here right now. It's walking in the spider webs.
That took me a second to get the alternate meaning you were doing there.
Where's their playthings?
Yeah.
Just wind them up and send them skittering around the floor. Killed.
Report. Path to the beach.
I hope it's not being worded traditionally if you're getting a donkey ride. Donkey fur is coarse. You need to apply cream later.
Lumps.
Those lumps. Those questionable rubbery lumps.
Ponder. You are scruffy.
My tea cakes bring all boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours. Dang right, it's better than yours.
Okay. Shoops.
All of Albion is selling just distressing amounts of tea lately.
Mm-hmm.
The Empire will drown. People are gonna stop brewing it and start grinding it up and snorting it. There's gonna be so much. They're gonna develop such ridiculous caffeine tolerance. need so much more to get the same buzz, you know?
And you know, as
Grind it up and start it. Oh, were you getting literature?
yeah, I just filled up on it.
Excellent.
And I was thinking, as much fuel and supplies as I have, I may as well go ahead and hit Perdurance as well while I'm out. Don't need to worry too much about running out, because I'm not exploring. I know exactly where Perdurance is. I mean, I am going to
But yeah,
take.
you're also exploring.
Yeah, I am going to take a take a route that clears clouds.
Duskling's Creep.
Or St. Anthony's Lighthouse
Also
first.
the old
For
man at the lighthouse.
yeah.
Hey, old man at the lighthouse. We're here to annoy you.
What?
I said we're here to annoy you.
We don't have any sheep.
What? But I have all of this wood. Identifiable squirming.
The other keeper is in bed today, a sore stomach. The lugubrious keeper requests your assistance on the gantry.
Ding.
The gantry is mizzled with mist, clammy and insubstantial as a specter's size. The lugubrious keeper leads you around the tower's perimeter. He instructs you in the sealing of oil lanterns and the fixing of them to the iron railings. It is arduous, tedious work. Your hands cramp. His are already almost claws. But by the shift's end, the tower is illuminated in a blaze of flickering lamps. Light seeps over the mist like oil over water. The lugubrious keeper spits into the mist, grimly triumphant. He insists you take an old lantern as a reward. It is peppered with lesions, formed from protruding needles, and stained an unwholesome violet.
Yeah, I could use the translation controls.
Yeah, I had to rotate my brain just over. You know what I mean.
What does that do if it hits you?
I don't know.
I want to find out.
Yeah, it's probably just occurring below,
I
but
assume that's the Scorn Fluke.
yeah,
Not
Or-
the little ones you fight, but like the big one.
or just a scorn fluke, a big one below. It could be the big one. The big one.
Big old fluke. It's kind of spooky. Swirly, swirly mists. Swirl. Swirl like it's a swirl.
And the mists just kind of stop there.
It's so misty here, you'd think you're in Cerulean City.
Because it's the edge of the area.
The edge of the former Time King's realm.
Realm is a good word for it. What?
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 He said rattle.
Yeah.
That makes more sense. Grilled was a good word for it.
What?
And then you said, what? You know, grill, but look, it's going. Oops.
Stop drifting.
Try to see this TV. It's terrible.
Mm-hmm. That was not the direction I meant to juke, but fortunately I was kind of late anyway.
The shot was good at you, so it just looked fast.
Yeah. It's like I meant to do that. Hey. Yes.
Creates the wrath of heaven. As you look upon the spasming remains of the scorn fluke, you remember an idea that seethed in your dreams of late. A conjurance. A weapon.
Meow. One engineer follows you towards the corpse. The rest watch nervously from your engine. Between two folds of flesh, you find a ripe, tumorous mass, bristling with undying spines. The tumor seems impervious to the rotting death of the fluke's body. The engineer passes a saw. The canker quivers resentfully, but it cannot respond to the indignities you inflict upon it. Aboard, you bind it in metal and tame it with the correspondence. It flares with sullen pleasure.
And you make a neat gun.
For the people who are still alive.
You'll need a new engine, but you're still alive. So you can mount the new gun, that is. You can probably look at it.
Yeah,
I don't mind if you use
I'm just
your
getting over here first.
Edward no one grows old in Perderance.
Nor hungers, nor sorrows, nor leaves.
Also, Perderance has a very farty pipe down there. It's,
Mm-hmm.
it's actually very creepy from the outside. Especially in the long tunnels.
Uh-oh. I think Remy's...
Making considerations.
Uh-huh.
Fluffy considerations.
I may have temporarily distracted her, though.
Some small idea having a incident. Oh, what's this?
I'm glad that didn't land in my drink.
It wasn't trying to kill me. No.
A party below stairs. Tonight, the service bells from above go ignored. The staff has a couple of hours to itself, to dance, to sing, to trade stories of their betters. The candlelit party lasts until the clock strikes midnight, and the butlers, maids, and other staff intend to make the most of it. You know, at the moment, I'm actually starting to run low on gossip, so let's,
Gossip with Seth.
yeah. Remy, watching you.
There's one.
Yeah.
They forget the servants have ears. Hi.
Who did what? With whom? The maids especially have overheard things that would send ripples through Albion society if the wrong person were to find out. You make a few careful notes. Meow. Aww. Report. Meow. Hand in an invitation.
She keeps putting a whisker up my nose. It tickles a lot, yes.
Partial success. Oh no. You happen to be nearby when one of the debutantes is caught beneath a table with a servant. As the chaperones are berating them, you realize how mortified the lovers are at being caught in such, dishabille. You shrug off an outer layer and offer it to... Ooh. The servant, they have little enough as it is, at least they should retain their modesty. Or the debutante, simply put, they have more dignity to lose. I'll give it to the servant. The servant wraps themselves in your garment. They are too mortified for thanks, but another older servant gives you a grateful nod.
Well, that was a strange time in Prince.
Mm-hmm. Three, gossip. Oh, yeah. Immaculate Souls.
For sale
Mm-hmm.
at $2.15 a pop.
Yep.
Okay.
A somber footman offers discerning visitors a chance to admire and procure samples from Perdurance's collection of souls. A recent and exceptional donation, he says, showing you a set that burn fiercely in their fluted bottles. To accompany the arrival of a duke's daughter, a gift of souls is considered good luck.
It's horrifying.
I will take them. Because that is a good deal.
Yeah, the more expensive the thing, getting the big percentile discount, the better the deal.
Mm-hmm.
Got percents do. Whee!
Okay.
Now, if only they had gas that you could burn.
Yeah, just to be safe, I'm going to go back by Rollberry Juxtamare before hitting London.
Wise.
outbreak of the heart sickness. Yeah. Or, no, just sit with the most afflicted. My terror is fine right now. I can
Break out the
handle a
brandy.
little bit.
String up the. No, sorry. Break out the fiddles. String up the brandy. It knows what it did.
Also, actually, since I made the gun, I can now lose the nightmares. What did the winds of fate hold in store? Your club. You belong to one of London's illustrious private members' clubs. Fine food, understanding companionship, and no riffraff.
What about my affiliation establishment?
Yeah. What else is there? Okay.
You can take hearts and veils if you want. Bitterness was it hurt, but whatever substances declared you to be
The right sort. Of which club are you a member? An august group of explorers and immortality hunters. Perhaps the quest itself is a folly, but everyone needs a hobby. Don't be deceived by the gentleman dozing by the fire and the civilized click of billiards. The affairs of the realm are decided here. The Parthenium. Yeah, those are my two lowest stats, so... And another minus nightmares. Zero it out.
This one boosting veils and
Could do veils and hearts again.
indeed you could. You can certainly in a couple events have stolen a couple of points of hearts from you.
Mm-hmm. In a midnight lecture hall, a cadre of masked experts gathered to present papers on a subject the ministry had forbidden. Prohibited theories were shared, research partnerships born. You continue to correspond in code on the matters debated. What was the topic of the symposium? A forensic assessment of the sun's remains. Following London's relocation, the new astronomy has become a crucial, well-funded discipline, but the fate and physiology of Albion's dead sun are strictly barred from study. Or the condemned classics, an international perspective. Deep in the ministry, native-speaking scribes translate their nation's literature into editions palatable to the auditors. But you studied both the uncensored originals and those unprinted works deemed hazardous to British sentiment. I like the lean of the gist of both of those.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I'll go with that one.
I don't know, I'd be super curious about the physiology of the sun. Like,
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean it was alive?
And there we go.
Hooray!
And suddenly, Veils is now my highest stat. Unmodified.
Oh, so it is. Yeah, you kind of pulled a Guthix there. Very balanced.
Oops.
What? There's no Sky Spencer around. They didn't even see a rhinoceros.
Gain terror and a tale of terror. The sky of your dream is blazing gold. It is peppered, no, crowded with suns. Suns piled on suns, like the groats in a miser's hoard. Their light floods you. It shines through skin and blood and meat, picking out your branching veins and the slender pillars of your bones. Is there no more to you than this? Long I stood there, fearing, doubting. What happened to my map?
Yeah, what happened to the map? Zoom.
I'm trying.
Okay.
Map.
What about the little arrows? Change regions to... Okay, game's glitching, so...
Yeah.
So I think we should probably make work and call it a night.
Yeah.
Something stupid happens to the safe, huh?
Yep. I think what I'm gonna do is oop.
Everything I guess.
Yeah, we don't, but he's in the way.
You're right.
I'm not sure we can.
I mean, like, past. As long as you dodge them, they really are super dangerous. Maybe that he has.
What are you doing, Remy?
Getting up on things. Cat base.
Okay, I think I know where I am now.
Is this an in-game effect of the murderer's attention? I would be very... It's not like he's standing with us. Assume this is... Useless!
Very.
No matter we... Nearly out of gas, but it's fine.
Remy, what are you doing?
You know, it's not
Remy? Freaking cat.
this cat, I tell you.
Okay, well, I only have room for one more fuel.
Oh, jeez. So you think you could sell consumer dump? So doofy. Oh, you can purge the thing of ammo by going into the...
Oh, that's true. That's true.
What else is on you that you can maybe do something about?
Could also do the nostalgic crockery.
Yeah, I can get rid of either of those.
Okay, so... Has it been long enough? Nope, not long enough. Then...
And whatever you do, avoid tea. You don't need more.
According to the trivia on IMDb,
Mm-hmm.
Toshiro Mifune was considered for the part of Mr. Miyagi in Karate Kid.
Mm-hmm.
But after the reading, they said his interpretation was too scary. And so they went with Pat Morita, who's not scary at all.
I can definitely see how, like, one could interpret a martial arts master character as being scary,
Yeah.
you know.
Tough, demanding.
Mhm, yeah.
You know. Well, the tree also says that many people who knew him only from his movies assumed that he was at least 6 feet tall. You know, because he is such a commanding presence on screen.
I do remember a segmented worm with mournful eyes from before. What?
But he was no more than 5'9". This is, even with that, though, he was often 2 to 3 inches taller than his male co-stars.
Mm.
And even taller than that in the women.
Ruminate on the nature of donkeys. Okay, they got me one thing of hours, that's fine. Also an otherworldly artifact and 2 tales of terror, and a sky story. I should ruminate on donkeys more often. I just wanted to say that phrase, honestly.
Of course, of course.
Leave swiftly. Leave swifty. Shops. One more fuel. Back to London. Hello, Remy. Okay, fortunately I can get to London from here without the map.
Let's say maybe you should actually get here.
Like, in some places, a lot of the reason I check my map is just to be sure that, that I'm taking the most efficient route available to me. Yes, Benny. Okay. Yes. You perch precariously on the edge of the vast eye. The fluke quakes, its flesh ruptures, releasing spurts of caustic vapors. This close, your skysuit cannot entirely protect you. When you finish coughing, the dizziness is overwhelming. You can smell the fluke's dying wishes. You can smell the fluke's dying wishes are ravaged by its regrets. The search it leaves incomplete. Its fear that the search is impossible and will never end. The jagged, excruciating recollections of being outcast, and the certainty that only the outcast have a chance of success. Eventually, an engineer works their way from your engine to help you back. Once you're through the external hatch, a stoker wordlessly passes you a cup of tea. Now have 5 commingling of choirs. Okay. Resupply again real quick. Bless you. No, I didn't mean to go in there. Just... meow. And one more literature.
We make a conversation. A lot left in the tanks.
I mean, another full bar.
Oh dear. One whole crate. One whole butt crate.
O war, thou son of hell, whom angry heavens do make their minister, throw in the frozen bosoms of our part hot coals of vengeance, a gargantuan device that launches correspondence-engraved rocks to express your displeasure. This must be mounted in a large weapon slot.
50 damage, 40 unit AoE, and 1,000 range. Takes a little more hearts to use, but it's a perk.
Yep.
It's a first perk. How much damage to your perk? I have no idea.
24. And 15.
It's on a whole other level.
Uh-huh.
Makes sense, it's perk.
Yeah. But
Cool.
also the heat was
Heat's on part of the
60.
shotgun.
Double the shotgun.
Ah. Double shotgun, double the fun. It's also a large gun meant for a big range.
Yeah.
But it's yours.
Yes. Take it from me, if you dare.
Okay, Pius.
That's actually not what I was going for.
Oh, right, yeah, he doesn't say that. He says, someone else says take it from me. Oh, bleh. Okay, you big ant.
Or any of the other ones.
Or weird sprout. Yeah, other annoying guardian monsters.
Okay, so now that we have made it back to London after that long arc around Albion, it's time to call it a night. Thanks for watching.
Some of that literature.
Yeah, yeah, didn't have any when, didn't have enough when we made it to the place where it was going, unfortunately.
So next time I suppose we'll be visiting that place one more time with the literature in hand, and then it's off to the Reach.
Yep, then it's back to the Reach. So, let's see who's around to raid.
There were a few. I'm seeing Vox still playing Alteria Sophie.
Yeah, let's go raid
No one else
Voxandra,
ever does.
playing one of the Atelier games. So, thanks again, and I do hope to see you next time. Good night, folks.
The Alchemist of the Mysterious Rock. Good night.